And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You'll be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. Really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And this. Alright, so hello, everybody. It's I, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's been having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever y'all are. So, there is, today, which was a interesting trial day. There's a couple different trials that happened today that was interesting. And hello there, Sunny and Mermaid Carlos. Nice to see everybody. All right, so there is interesting, trials today, and there's a couple of them that were on. We aired one of them here, and a couple other ones were over on the other channels, and these usually are quite long trials. They last for quite a while, and a couple of weeks or so. And I think that they had some interesting moments, and like I say, the Fulio trial, they had some kind of interest, kind of some we call funny moments, because sometimes these people and these trials with the security footage, usually a lot of times they can act quite quite laughable. Sometimes it's almost kind of watching a comedy show, but it's under serious circumstances. So there's that, and there is also other ones that had to do with more serious subjects of different witnesses and families that went through knowing these different people that were on the stand and things of that nature. So, hello, Mermaid. Welcome to the stream. All right, so the murder for the deletion or killing of the Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio, which was this is like a rapper trial. Of That's one more. It's a serious one, but it has some moments in it that seem comical. It will be from the Hey Mermaid of we were seeing some. I was seeing some interesting trials today, and I had aired one of them on the channel. I was getting the different stuff with the network stuff fixed up as much as it could be for the streams. So that's what I have been doing today. So it's nice to be here. Mermaid, I hope that you're doing well, and whatever is, whatever you're up to today, I hope that all that's working out well for you. So let's see. Murder trial of the killing of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio is underway in Tampa, Florida, as of April 26th. The four men facing first-degree murder charges, with prosecution seeking death penalty for all of them. Now, because there is a couple of, I think, another trial or so that happened with this specific case, like they'll try different people that they're apparently involved with these murders over a period of time. Defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, and Rashad Murphy and Devin Murphy are being tried together. Prosecutors allege they were part of a coordinated, grouped attack titled "Our Ongoing Gangs" with Jacksonville between the rival group 6 Block, ATK, and 1200. Mermaid said, So hopefully we could get plowing some videos out today, but focusing. Okay, Mermaid, that sounds very interesting, and hope all that goes well with what you're doing. And I also, along with what your videos as well, I hope to see. Oh, hello there, Lori. Well, nice to have you nearly right on time. Yeah. I was a little bit late to this that scheduled, but we all sort of made it here at the same time, which is cool. So there was this rapper trial earlier, and it was something very. It had some scenes of the police interrogation, and the dude started singing and freaking out, taking off his shoes too, which is real weird. And yeah, it was some crazy stuff on the security footage from the interrogation room today. So that was from this trial I'm referring to, the Julio one, which I saw parts of. And we played the Tanner one. Lori saw that one earlier. So that was interesting. It was nice seeing, y'all earlier for that one. But Lori said, that's me late. Lori was born 12:05 midnight. So always at least 5 minutes late. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Right. Lead detectives testified about tracking the suspect using cell phone location data, Google Maps history, which allegedly showed them stalking Julio across multiple locations before the shooting in the Tampa hotel. Visuals and ballistics. The jury has seen surveillance and dashcam footage from the Tesla in the hotel parking lot showing the shooters before and after the gunfire. Detectives also revealed smoking gun ballistic match found in the safe linked to the suspects. Body cam arrests. Footage showed in court captured the tense arrest of Rashad Murphy, who was taken down by the tasers after the charge. Second trial was released October 25. The fifth co-defendant, Alyssa Andrews, was convicted of a lesser charge of manslaughter. So that's the Julio trial that had some kind of crazy scenes in it. All right, so there was the murder trial of Thomas Stein, 18, currently active at Lee County Courthouse in Myers, Florida, as of late April 2026. Stein is charged with first-degree murder and attempted armed robbery in 2024, the shooting of 15-year-old Kayla Ricon Miller. So that is a pretty messed up one, much more serious than what we usually see. Okay, that trial began with the earnest of April 29, 26, after the brief delay caused by the shooting match in the hallway between the families and two co-defendants, which forced the restaurant, no, which forced the restart of the jury's selection. prosecutors allege that Stein was the gunman who pulled the trigger during the botched robbery attempt as Kayla and her friends walk from movie theater to McDonald's, and they point evidence include the surveillance video of the silver SUV rented in Stein's mother's name and testimony from his accomplice. All right, so that's another trial that we were watching, and we know about the Tanner trial, which is a graphic one about the abduction. Oh, that's good, Lori. I'm glad you found that. All right, so yeah, that's a little bit of a recap about the different trials that were watched today, and maybe later we could do, there's gonna be maybe more commentary about that. But so yeah, that's pretty cool. So yes, glad that you found that finally. Very very cool. It was Trial of Thomas Stein, Fort Myers, Florida. Now there is this. So that's the trial recap, and for the beginning part of the stream, and next part is the Cthulhu. This is kind of like a different topic. So we did the trial thing, and now for the Cthulhu part is the most iconic symbol of cosmic horror. This is just about a mythical character that's kind of like the Kraken sea monster, but something that I thought was quite interesting is this Cthulhu is the iconic symbol of cosmic horror genre, identified by a terrifying realization that humanity is insignificant in the vast cold universe. Created by Lovecraft in 1928, was the entity of the Great One of the unfathomable power of currently trapped in a death-like slumber within the sunken city of R'lyeh. Often physical form, he is often depicted with humanoid body, head full of tentacles like an octopus, and massive dragon-like wings. But the true form is barely comprehensible to humans. He lies dead but dreaming beneath the Pacific Ocean, and his telepathic dreams are said to leak the minds of sensitive humans. And that's how he draws people close. And you see this thing, I'll see some ambient sound effects about this thing, and it kind of reminds me about how there's all kinds of things in the ocean and the sea that we don't even know is there. And it's basically like the fear of the unknown. And I do think although this is a fictional, abstract concept, I think there are things in the oceans that we don't even know that are there, which is quite interesting. So let's go this way. These are some hypothetical sea monsters that may exist under the waves. Since more than 80% of the ocean remains unexplored, the possibility of a massive, undiscovered sea monster is frequently a topic of both scientists and cryptozoologists. While Cthulhu is the fictional one, several hypothetical creatures and real-life mysteries suggest they haven't seen everything that lurks in the deep. Cryptids and legendary monsters. Some modern hypothetical monsters have been scientifically confirmed. The Ninjin, a Japanese urban legend describing a massive humanoid like aquatic creature with pale skin, often reported by subarctic whale research vessels. The sea serpents, while many are likely misidentified oarfish, which can grow up to 56 feet long. Some cryptozoologists believe they could be undiscovered long-necked marine reptiles, primates, whales like the Basilosaurus. Scared. Kraken, the long thought to be purely mythical, the giant squid was only first filmed alive in 2004, providing a monsters can hide for centuries. Yeah. Scientific monsters of the past. The recent fossil finds show that the monster-sized creatures definitely existed land specimens that similar giants might still be hidden. The Litlock monster is recognized. This recently discovered marine reptile was estimated to reach 85 to 100 feet long, nearly the size of a blue whale. Oh, frog. Scared. Well, that is a very scary sight for you to see, from under your house. So, I'm glad you reported that sighting to us because those things are fierce. You be careful out there, frog. Scared. Welcome to the stream. Ancient cephalopods. Fossil evidence of enormous beaks suggesting there were prehistoric tentacles giants even larger than today's colossal squid. Unidentified sounds, the bloop. For years, the loudest underwater sound ever recorded is the bloop. Was hypothesized to be the creature much larger than a blue whale. Scientists NOAA eventually identified as a massive ice quake cracking iceberg, but other sounds like the seasonal upsweep remaining officially unexplored and unexplained. There's all kinds of sounds underwater that they don't know where it is or where it comes from. Yeah. Deep sea giantism. Deep sea creatures often grow much larger than their shallow water relatives. Due to their deep sea giantism, this phenomenon allows animals like the giant isotopes and giant sphooners of colonial giantism that look like glowing underwater ropes to reach to massive proportions in the high pressure darkness. Good to see you, Frog. Hello to you too. It's always nice to have you here. Very hilarious for chat. Oh no, mermaid. Scared. Oh, thank you, Frog. You too, buddy. You too. Thank you. Yeah, mermaid. And it's like the time when something happens is when he's like the time you don't have your thing on you is when something happens. So yeah, always keep the safety weapons on your person, of course. Glad you're okay, mermaid. Yeah, it's definitely a party now. Yell at him, and he almost got close to and and it got wild. Oh lord, scared. Wow. Well, that's a very brave of you, mermaid. You're protecting everybody. That's good. Yeah, people just like are just disgusting. Like Earthlings are much more cringe than aliens or ghosts could ever be, in my opinion. Well, mermaid, it's good that he had you with him because there's lots of weirdos out there that try to stalk people, especially with DoorDash and stuff like that. There's cases where a lot of these weirdos will seek out people that are doing stuff like that to try to do something messed up to them. So it's good that you're with them to protect them. Oh yeah, that's good, Frog. That's good. Right in their nostrils. Yeah, scared. Hello, Fog. There's E-Fog, and we got Frog and the Fog. It's been a while since I've seen you, Fog. Um, I have been doing stuff with trials, like the online stuff. I also was in a jury on a trial in person, also. So I've been pretty busy lately. Frogs, see now we're talking. That's what I did with my mouth like a sailor. So mermaid, so the person eventually got away. That's good. That's good. Oh yeah, fog. I enjoyed it. Fog. E-fog. It was really fun. You know, it was serious, but it was an interesting experience. Definitely. Well, mermaid has a right to be upset. It's a very creepy thing that happened. Yeah. Yeah, mermaid, get him. Uh, there's a lot of stories, mermaid, that I've seen online of people like you. Like, there's like YouTubers that cover creepy stories like that, and a lot of times, like, a lot of people are by themselves, and they're being stalked. It's like, yeah, these like real disturbed individuals that are into these, either some creepy desire or harass people, whatever. And good that he had you. Like, that's pretty awesome. Because I've heard so many stories, these pizza delivery people and these DoorDash, and there's some creepy people looking at them through the window, or that one time they'll go into the house and it's dark, and you hear like somebody down the hallway going, "Psst, come here, drop the pizza off right there." But it's actually just an abandoned house with some creep in it. So, but you get them, all right. So I admire your fearlessness to deal with people like that, because a lot of people don't fight back. You know, I think much more braver than the Viking warriors or the Romans. So you definitely are a good one, mermaid, at fighting off the bad guys, because a lot of people, they get scared, which is normally get scared, but you don't back down. You do what you gotta do. Yeah, and there's like the Spartans also. You're like them. Like, so there's a lot of people that are in those situations. They do what they have to do, but I like your fearlessness about it. Because if he was by himself, I mean, it wouldn't have really been too good. You know, so it throws them off when you go attack them like that. They don't doesn't really compute with them. It's like a predator. They don't really. They think the prey is gonna just kind of hide away somewhere, but you go and say, who is you? Who is you, cuz? And they go, what? And they're called out. Because sometimes it's like luring someone into a trap. Oh, Lori, yeah, be careful, Lori. Like, you ever see something fishy or something, just get away from it. Well, yeah, mermaid, because because the people that run your city don't care. They'll just do things that are stupid for their own pleasure. Because they're these political people that are just trying to get votes, and they usually ruin a civilization when they govern over it. Yeah, so there's instance like you got like a dark house, and then you're like someone's delivering something, and there's the blinds are cracked a little bit, and they can see the whites of someone's eyes just staring at them. You see, this is these people go through. That's good, Lori. Because a lot of people are cringe. Oh, that's good, Lori. That you wear black and you're stealthy. That's great. And where people are high and wild, I'm like, you can get it, yeah. And so that's why it's good to be careful for those that are doing this delivery stuff. To be very careful about it. And you need to get the mermaid security installed, and you're really pretty much set to go. All right. Yeah, burglar stealth. Yeah, she's like a, a Mission Impossible, a a meow burglar. Certainly you would make the Hamburglar burgerless by the way you're so stealth, and you would so certainly you could be a spy with your stealthiness. So, yeah, mermaid, that's good that you're looking out for him, and because there's lots of weird people out there, and it sounds like your city's a Sheen city that has been corrupted by bad politicians. So, glad you told us about it, and it's very disturbing, but you handled it yourself well. Sometimes they could follow you home too, apparently. These weirdos. So remember, it's good to maybe go by like a police station if they start following you. All right, so Lori, we all need a security team. I am it. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, and Murray, that is good that you step up to the plate. We need to. Well, yeah, that's not too good to have children around, and yeah, nighttime you're gonna have a bunch of creeps and weirdos and stuff. If possible, it's best not to do that kind of stuff at night. Right? Oh yeah, that's good. Call police. That's what you gotta do. I also yelled at the operator because I was like, well, I'm risking mine and my child's lives to go back to see what exactly the street he's on. And she goes, I don't advise you to go back there. And I said, well, you should have said that beforehand. Now you messed up. Well, yeah, mermaid, you don't let anyone slip or get away with their what they're saying. You call them out, and that's good. Although maybe sometimes it may feel that it goes too far. I can see your frustration with that. How you don't let these things slide, like what these people try to do. This thing's all tangled up. Oh, really, all tangled up. And she goes, I don't know if I hit. And then yeah, I followed someone at a distance while calling the police. Hands herself, and they told me to not follow them, but I got to go dang make sure model and plate. Oh yeah, you see, y'all ladies will go right into the middle of the battle, and that's good. And glad to see y'all work together like that. Definitely. Yeah, it's like they say like to not go to the person that did it, but then when you actually go in there, you have to kind of go see the license plate and whatever else is going on. So it's kind of like a catch 22. It's like it's either whatever you do, it's like not the right thing. Mermaid, you're absolutely right. Our day and age is nuts. Yeah, Mermaid, exactly. And yeah, because this day and age, things are nuts, and like society's like regressing, you know, in a bad way. Yeah. Now I'm gonna proceed to read you some very strange some strange encounters from people that did DoorDash. Right. There's a mysterious gray metal door. A driver delivering to an office complex late at night received a chilling message. I see you. Bring it to the gray metal door on your side. Despite seeing no one around, the driver approached the windowless fire exit style door. Another text followed. Step inside. Doors open for you. Inside the hallway was dimly lit by flickering bulbs and smelled of rotting decay. As the driver moved deeper into the silence, they heard the door click shut behind them. Oh yeah, mermaid, but your voice and your way about you was enough to do what you had to do. But yeah, I do agree. Oh yeah, Lori scared. When something's called Grubhub, I'm automatically thinking it's a pirate game or something. They pursue through the cane fields. In South Louisiana, two female drivers accepted a late night order that led them down a dark, isolated stretch of Highway 167. Upon reaching the abandoned looking houses with an overgrown porch, they received a robotic call insisting they were where they needed to be. After leaving the food, they were sent to a cryptic text: Bad girl, a car suddenly appeared behind them, tailgating aggressively and matching their. Oh, yeah, hilarious story. Why they need to be after leaving the food, they were sent to cryptic message text: Bad girl, a car suddenly appeared behind them, tailgating aggressively, matching their speed for miles until another vehicle finally passed, forcing the cruiser to back off. All right, the Raincoat Man, a driver delivering to a rural area with no streetlights, was asked by a customer over the phone to hand the food directly to him rather than leaving it. The customer explained that he just wanted some human contact because he had no friends. When the driver arrived, she found the man standing perfectly still in her headlights, wearing yellow raincoat with the hood pulled up, waiting in the pitch black yard. These are just some encounters that people had experienced, and some people pulling pranks, some people are just going too far with these jokes, other people are just completely sick and deranged. One driver arrived at a large, very old house to deliver an order. After being unable to reach the customer for 20 minutes, they were instructed to leave the food in the foyer. Upon entering, they found that the entire house filled with life-sized mannequins. Creepy old man stood motionless at the top of the stairs, watching them from the shadows. And that is one of the most disturbing ones because people have heard of that. There's an incident of the mannequins, and the dude was like, he's going to be heading out. So you just got some weird people all over the place. It's also kind of like with Craigslist, right? There's lots of bad stories about the Craigslist encounters. All right, chased by a horseman. In a bizarre, violent encounter on a country road, a driver reported being chased by a man on horseback. Man was allegedly armed and fired a shot at the driver as they fled. Bullet reportedly pierced the trunk, passed through the back seat, narrowly missing the driver, who had just finished delivering a Verania bread order. Now, there's a line between the driver and the customer can sometimes be blurred. In Shared Terror, here are some of the most unsettling encounters from both perspectives. The deliverer. The backseat hitchhiker, after completing a late night McDonald's drop off in a rundown area, driver glanced in their rearview mirror to see a tall man crouched in the back seat holding a strange knife. Man was had likely slipped into the unlocked car while the driver was at the door. Eventually jumped up and fled down the woods after the driver sped to a gas station. Mafia Hub. A driver accepted a high paying 3 a.m. order that led to a dark, abandoned looking building. Man wearing sunglasses, middle of the night, forced the driver inside where they found themselves in the middle of what appeared to be a gambling den that was illegal. Driver was ordered to unpack the food while being stared down by people who wanted him. They're reporting them would cause unimaginable problems. The gravestone order. In a bizarre 2 a.m. delivery, the GPS led a driver into a gated area that turned out to be a cemetery. The instructions said to leave on the welcome mat with their name on it, but the driver found a headstone with the exact same name instead after dropping the food. Fleeing, they received a text customer, "You forgot my drink." Here. All right, creepy customer perspectives. Kind of like the reverse perspective about it. The Samantha imposter. So, women living alone ordered the food at 3 a.m. from the female driver named Samantha. When she opened the door, after repeated knocking, she was confronted by a 6 foot tall man who was clearly not Samantha, and he cornered her and pressured her for an extra cash tip, despite her having already tipped well through the app. Hallway lurker. A customer received a message and their driver was having trouble finding them. After giving the code and seeing the order marked as delivered through their people, they noticed the driver was who had no profile picture standing motionless at the end of the hall in the stairs just waiting for their door long after a job was done. The app stalker. After delivery was completed, a driver sat in his own outside the customer's home and began sending her inappropriate messages through the DoorDash app, telling her that she was beautiful. The customer survivor of past violence felt completely trapped, knowing that the driver know now knew exactly where she lived. Tampered order. A homeowner's doorbell camera caught a driver spraying a mysterious substance onto the late neighbor's food order before ringing the bell. Shortly after eating, the homeowner's wife began coughing and gasping, leading to fears of some sort of poisoning. So, Mermaid, those are some instances of people that had DoorDash issues, just to keep in mind about it. Okay. Weird. All right. Weirdest deliveries. Single condiment. Deliverers have reported being paid upwards of $10 to $15 just to deliver a single packet of Quezzo, one piece of grilled corn, or even a single Subway cookie. Naked salad. One driver arrived at Subway only to find a customer had ordered a salad that considered nothing but ham and cheese. No lettuce, no vegetables, just a pile of deli meat in a bowl. Live cargo. It's surprisingly common for apps like DoorDash or Instacart to facilitate deliveries like live crickets or mealworms for reptile owners. That is crazy. Wow. Non-food oddities. Drivers have been asked to deliver everything from mufflers, 20 bags of mulch to $2,000 of airplane parts shipped from Germany. And then the most famous urban legends about these types of orders is that there were the headstone delivery where somebody goes is told to go to a graveyard with a person's name on it to deliver food on the mat, and someone's lurking within the graveyard and trying to get them to go and do that. That's a thing allegedly that happens. That happened. The shadow person warning. A long haul late night drivers often speak of shadow people, mate black figures, and appear on the side of the road near the drop off points. In driver lore, seeing one of the hometown ghost story warning that you exhausted and need to stop before something bad happens. He said, TBH, all you gotta do is use mace like ones and just go buy another one for cheap $10. Yeah, exactly. Or he said, I've had such nice Grubhub clients, sometimes they leave extra cash tip on the hand to me. One lady texted me that she left a little something for me and it was beautifully painted rock. Well, I'm glad that you got good clients and good painted rocks. And a lot of these stories I'm talking about are exceptions to the rule. Some of those bizarre encounters that have happened that are not common. The vanishing hitchhiker. Similar to the classic trucker legend, some drivers claim to have picked up a ride along or a customer who requested face-to-face handoff of a remote area, only person to disappear the moment the driver looks away to grab the food. Oh, and you're right. It felt bad, like it wasn't safe for them to get their food since it was like whole police. So that's the vital remain of alert and assess the situation. Government, yeah. Black dog, a recurring legend among night shift workers, describes a menacing black dog that appears suddenly in the road, forcing the driver to swerve or wake up from a trance just before a real accident occurs. Right said, Lori, thank you. Glad that we're safe. I just, not to defend the family, had to be like, get the F out. And 12 a.m. watching Marcos, he had a wallet, new iPhone, and he could have been hurt. But yeah, he could have been seriously mugged or hurt. And we have to be careful about what exactly we bring to these types of territories and these places. Because people will try to do all kinds of evil things with it. They will try to go and manipulate the circumstances to get themselves in a position to take advantage of someone else. And there's a lot of times there's holes in narrative and things that they do wrong that I think are main key factors in these types of cases. Creepiest delivery locations. Abandoned asylum. A driver in New York once took an order from led to gates of long closed psychiatric hospitals. Customer security guard asked the driver to walk the food through the dark, vine covered courtyard to a specific side wing where the lights were flickering. The deep forest mailbox. In rural Washington, driver followed the gravel road to 3 miles until they ended in a single rusting mailbox with the middle of the dense forest. There was no house in sight, but had reached out from the business no from the bushes to take the bag and whispered thank you and vanished. Murder house. A driver delivered to a home that was completely warped and yellow crime scene tape. When the door opened, the interior was stripped to the floorboards and covered in plastic sheeting. The customer was sitting on a single folding chair in the middle of the room eating a steak. The underground tunnel. In a major city, the driver was instructed to enter the service until beneath a bridge, and they walked several hundreds of feet into the dark until they found a small door that led them to hiding a high tech server from where the employees hadn't seen sunlight in days. Unbelievable tips. The unicorns. While many of the drivers deal with no tip orders, these lucky few hit the jackpot. 2000 Secret Santa, a driver delivery, a single pizza during the holidays, was handled $2,000 cash by a customer who said they just wanted change in someone's life that year. High end tech instead of cash. One driver was tipped with a brand new PlayStation 5 still in the box because the customer had accidentally ordered two and didn't feel like returning it. That is quite a gift right there to get the PlayStation. The Boar Billionaire. A driver in California described a small bags of chips to a massive estate. The customer tipped 500 in Bitcoin by having drivers scan a QR code on the Bitcoin platform. And by the driver scanning it on their phone. Yeah, Bitcoin, I mean, 500 in Bitcoin back in the past. I mean, now it's like, it's boatloads of money now, the Bitcoin thing. So that's very fascinating. Car parts and tips. Typing into the interest that is generally known about the Mustang's classic cars, one driver made mentioned being tipped with a vintage hubcaps and a fixer-upper car part that the customer realized the driver was a fellow enthusiast. So you can have some of these people that can be very generous to people from DoorDash. They can give gifts. Most people don't have bad experiences, but there are weirdos out there to be aware of. All right, we have some more urban mysteries. UFO UAP sightings by drivers. With UFO UAP reports surging in 2025 and early 2026, delivery drivers have become accidental witnesses to the unexplained while navigating dark rural roads. The scanning lights. In one of the 2025 encounters, a driver, two passengers reported being followed by a silent blue light that appeared to scan their vehicle with left to right motion before disappearing into the tunnel. The shaky floating orb. A report from early 2025 described a shaky floating orb in Pennsylvania that appeared simultaneously with the localized power outage. The, the glitch passenger. The drivers has reported warping from one location to another during a shift and missing time, where they find themselves several miles away with no memory of the drive. Silent Church hoverer. One driver reported a silent balcony, like the craft hovering over a church yard that suddenly shot off from 100 to 1,000 mph, miles per second. Conspiracy theories off local limits. So while locations are blocked for the standard safety reasons, others have spawned elaborate theories among the drivers' community. The shadow banning of neighborhoods drivers had noted. Safety. Some of the theorists believe that these areas have become algorithm tested or gamification where the only certain high desperation drivers are sent to dangerous zones if they're accepted to lower pay and higher risk. GPS lure. The recurring theory that delivery apps occasionally lure drivers into remote, non residential areas like the middle of the woods or abandoned industrial zones due to GPS manipulation or glitches. They are some believed are internal stress tests on the driver. Non-visible address. Some drivers report receiving orders for addresses that do not exist on the map, any map. When they arrive, GPS pin there for themselves at gated facilities. National security sites in late 2024. Pentagon acknowledged that 21 unexplained Philippine reports, specifically national security sites, convey orders in the high crime areas, specifically high paying orders for short distances. 12 to 4 miles are often viewed as bait by drivers who suspected they are being set as bait by drivers who suspect they are being set up for robberies rather than actual drivers. Hello, Saw Girl. I am doing good. I'm doing well, and the boosters are working. Yes. And Saw Girl, I was talking about. See, Mermaid had some DoorDash problem with the other day, so I was just telling them some stories about DoorDash, people's other experiences with it that were kind of negative. Doesn't mean all people that go do DoorDash are going to have a negative experience. And we also talked about in here some people have gotten gifts from doing DoorDash. Just there are some kind of crazy people out there that want to do these nutty things with people. I'll show you the. All right, and let's go this way. All right, going here. Oh, I have to create it. All right, so this is the flat Earth map, allegedly. So there's all kinds of different lands out there. There's Africa. There's like where our world surrounded by this firmament. This ice wall. And then inside that, you have all these different other places too. Yeah, DoorDash is a good place to get deliveries, but the thing is that some people that are doing the delivery driving can run into weirdos, creeps and stuff. And Mermaid's boyfriend had a problem the other day with a weirdo that was trying to like stalk him. It could be kind of dangerous. Oh, thank you, Sawgirl and Lori. I appreciate the concern. So yeah, that is the scorch walls on the other side that you all can't see. Thank you for the concern, chat, about me resting. Right, and you have these different ice walls, and those are some of the outskirts. This is the flat Earth map concept. You use Instacart and Uber. Okay, well, glad those people have. Uh, Hopefully, those drivers have safe experience. Also, oh, and Lori said I try not to mom you alien because you already have a mom. Yeah. Well, I also have quite a few in the chat as well, so I don't have to ever worry about lacking any of them. So, but it definitely thank you, Lori. It definitely does happen time to time. I'm around y'all more than anybody, technically, but that is very funny. Yeah, it is mind-boggling if that's really the landscape of our land. Like, there's different layers of other things that exist outside of our realm of understanding. Sargo says, "We're in the center. There are those mystical or whatever supposed sites, Atlantis, and are surrounding it." Yeah, exactly. Sargo thinking he's want to say just we care about you, alien. Well, thank you for carrying chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, the theory would be that the aliens come from the more advanced areas in the surrounding regions. Hmm. And another thing says more advanced, and we think the extraterrestrials. Okay, so yeah, the other lands especially may be more advanced than we are, perhaps. Yeah. We are the center. Okay, so discovered those mystical lands already by now, or maybe people who have gone there went too far and fell off the edge. Who knows? Yeah, maybe they went too far and they weren't able to come back, or maybe they are people that did survive it and came back, and that's where we get these stories from. But yeah, it's an overdrive for me too. That we've been lied to about how the planet actually really is. Yeah. Yeah, hilarious about the mind being overdrive. Roy said, "Has anyone else noticed that the energy is high and the frequency is different? Everything just seems to be charged up right now." Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Sardo said, just from the images I've seen from Google Earth, I mean, a lot of the very young age, I put together in my mind like a puzzle piece. So I think that at one time the whole entire land of mass was just one huge landmass, huge massive land. That is true, and eventually over time they all broke apart. Yeah, the Pangea, yeah, Pangea. Conspiracy theories of limited locations. While some are located blocked for standards, safety reasons, others have spawned elaborate theories among them driver the community. Shadow, let's see, main neighbors. So drivers have noted that these cameras areas seem to be blacklisted by the develop by delivery platforms. Well, officially for the site, some theorists believe these areas are big and used for algorithmic research. The verification where people, only certain ones with high desperation drives, are sent to the danger zone to see if they'll accept the lower pay for a higher risk. There are recurring theories that the delivery apps occasionally lure drivers into the remote and residential areas like Middle World and abundance of individuals. During GPS, the glaciers, and some believe that the mentioning of the stress test can go into overdrive. Lori says another interesting thing is that land has been secreted into the continents. My state of Oregon has lots of that. It's islands that slowly attach to the continent over the millennia. Oh, interesting. I like that concept. Okay, the bait orders and high crime areas, suspicious payment orders for short term distances, 12 to 4 miles, are often viewed as bait by drivers who suspect they are being set to up for robbery either rather than deliveries. A lot of times these people do a robbery they want to set up instead of a delivery. So they have to be diligent to remember, which ones is which. Hello Falcon, welcome to the stream. We're talking about the flat earth theory and some encounters people have had they're doing on Reddit. And we got those. All right. All right, now let's go over here. By the way, that is a map of Earth that it would apparently looks like, including other lands that we can't access. Or he said, when I was on the beach last week, I saw that. Falcon said, if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't be a sphere. Or he said, when I was at the beach last week, I saw trees have embedded the volcanic rock right onto the edge where the beach meets the cliff, so the lava just swallowed up the forest long ago. So cool. Yeah, and before that, they didn't have any humans living on them, which is pretty cool. All right, the concept. In most flat Earth models, Antarctica is not a continent but a bottom of a globe, but a massive ice wall roughly 150 to 200 feet along the source surroundings of the entire disk. The Earth holding the oceans in place, while some believe that this wall had the absolute edge in the world. Others speculated that 100 that it is merely a bet a barrier entry level for extra holiday landmasses. Have you seen a Terry Patches disc world cartoon? Is very cool. All right. Several says the first time I heard about the spaghetti monster religion was last night. Then I googled it and just like wow, that's one hell of an ugly spaghetti. Yeah, it's a very ugly spaghetti. And people will be believing this type of nonsense when with the spaghetti monster, the concept they're trying to say is that like oh like you could just make up something that exists that doesn't exist that you can't really disprove. But anything, I mean, the other dude could go to a restaurant who would know that's what it is, right? But this is like a complete sci-fi situation, and most of the time, well, people don't like receive it well. Whoever did these things, certainly an ugly sheen Timu spaghetti. It was invented to try to discredit religion, but the things in my garden with the different things that I have in it, there's obviously things growing in it. You know, they're not dying out. They just keep on coming back every year. Yes, Gandalf will save us, absolutely. Yeah, Gandalf. Gandalf, yeah. Right. Antarctica is not a continent, but a bottomless globe. That massive ice wall, roughly 250 to 200 feet, have that surrounds the entire disk of Earth. However, the conspiracy occurred 150 to 200 feet. Highly the summons in the surrounding entry enter the disk Earth and holding the oceans in place. While some believe that this wall is absolute edge of the world, others speculate that it is merely a barrier of hiding extra land masses. Interesting. Everybody thinks that the spaghetti monster is real. God forbid this man are doomed. Just as one person, you gotta be absolutely honest and not to think that that's real. Yeah, exactly. I think it's absolutely cringe. Falcon, that sounds like an excellent idea. Yeah. You're right on. Harry Potter will defeat Sauron, and that they will go back to beaming them up and force them with us. Oh, their passion. Passion said, "I see a spaghetti monster as an unsympathetic reflection of religion. You can believe in X without any evidence. Nobody can change it." Also, hello everyone. Hello there, Passion. And I would say that there's people that most likely would not risk their lives to die for that flying spaghetti monster entity, which I would think it is. There's no one's gonna be martyred for it if they're put to the test about it. And I that is what it is. Passion. Thank you for explaining. And definitely, Sorrel says that Luke Evans is playing Dr. Frankenfruiter and the Broadway. I want to see it. I also met Tim Curry before, and I saw him in the spam a lot and Broadway. Very good looking man. You Oh, really? That's really cool. Yeah, Tim Curry's a very good actor. Yeah, so very nice. The Frankenfurter on Broadway. Yeah, it sounds like a fun play. Me with a Halo. Oh, they never give me one. Nice saw girl. And also Frankenfurter. I'm not even familiar with that play, but we're looking. It's Monty Python. Okay. 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 Let's see this. Yeah, she has a Halo now. Absolutely. He has many things in the eyes. Okay, and Same a lot is Monty Python. Okay, yes. Shout out to Passion. She has her Halo approved in the spaceship. Yeah, so yeah, that sounds pretty cool, Saw Girl. Nice. Right, as he said. But Lori, we're gonna put some scotch tape on this one right here, and here we're gonna just cross our fingers for this one. Sorgo says, I ditched a Halo when I figured out that Roman Catholicism was not my cup of tea. Well, a Saw Girl, I mean, that is perfectly fine. I think there's some things over there in the Catholic Church are not exactly Halo worthy. So, uh, yeah, sometimes you do what you gotta do. So there you go. But on the spaceship, you definitely have a Halo, though. Yeah. All right, Passion said I spent 2 hours writing Whitney time codes for the Folio trial, but I can't get the comment past LC filters. But I did get this cool Halo, so I'm winning. Yeah, that is true, Passion. You definitely are winning. Yeah, that is, as I said, Sawgirl, that is really cool. You know, uh, he's definitely, I've seen the movies he's done before, and so that's very cool. He got to do that. All right, let's see. Reminding me of the Father Invincible with your manly mustache. Oh, thanks, Passion. Thanks. It is a yeah. I have a goatee, and I have the mustache too. Also, yeah. Thanks. And appreciate it. Also, the goatee part might be kind of difficult to see though. And and Lori said he's been okay. Lori said there's an old nursery rhyme. There once the girl who had a little crow right at the middle of her forehead, and when she was good, she was very good, and wish she was bad, she was horrid. Oh, okay, yes. Fed up. He just got new boosters today. I think he's tired. Gloria mentioned it earlier. Falcon, I'm not fed up. I'm fine. I'm fine with everybody. I'm just, going along doing my thing. So, yeah, the boost. Okay, so those that don't know what the boosters are, so I got a new internet. Well, some of you don't even know the whole internet story. So, there's been a situation that's happening where since I started live streaming, we. Oh, okay, Saw Girl. Well, welcome to the. Uh, glad you finally. Glad you see it now. And I had a beard, and then I made it into the goatee just like the other day, the last day of the trial. And by the way, Passion, I was a juror in a trial recently, and the trial's finally over with. It was only 2 days, so it was an interesting experience. And the internet, since the beginning, there's been issues with it having some buffering issues sometimes or going out. Doesn't mean this is foolproof because it's brand new. But there was the internet system that I had usually. It's because we're watching Hawaii trial, and chat was extremely supportive and really cool with me. I really appreciate that, but it went out during the most important moment of the trial. And if we're going to be doing these trial things, we cannot have a problem with the internet. It has to be nearly invincible. Thank you, Lori. And because I remember is it was a good thing to see in the trial. Yeah, yeah, it was a nice thing to have. Yes, yes, I was actually a real juror. Yeah, and it was a domestic abuse situation with a seems like a more of a higher profile person. He's in the state prison too, and the state prison's a pretty bad place to be. You know, it's basically like they have them picking vegetables and stuff with the people watching on horses. It's kind of like an extreme place, and they had the situation of where he probably broke out one time and put him back in, and that's why he is over at the state prison. So he was angry in the beginning during the because Passion. I went through the whole jury pool thing, right? And they had all these people like an airplane, like a flight, airport looking place, and he filtered everybody out, and eventually was chosen this the jury pool, and I was in. There's 26 of us in this other room, so I was actually in a courtroom, just like the ones that we see in trial. And I was challenging and like talking to both the oh hello AJ, good to see you. I was talking to the yeah that was funny about the antennas. That was funny about the antennas. I was talking to the DA and the attorney about different points, and I was one of the six they chose, and that was interesting. So it was we looked over the evidence, and it was only 2 days, and the witnesses well, one of them was emotional. The rest of them were pretty cool, but it was also under dark circumstances. And then we went into the back as a jury and debated stuff. So that was a very fascinating experience. Well, passion. This is the thing. I I wanted to be doing what I usually do with y'all, but at the same time, I really liked trials. Obviously, at the same time, So for me, I would have rather when I was off the bat wanted to go probably be excused. Yes, but I didn't really mind being chosen either. It was really I didn't care either way. So and I just felt to be like saying what I really think about things and be honest, but I had to be serious, because I just have certain beliefs and they seemed like they liked me a lot, so they had me on the jury. So that is like my thing about it. I wanted to be, but I didn't. Whatever happened, happened. I was okay with whatever occurred because when like Lori, I was texting a couple of people and I was telling Lori about it, and she said, "Okay, did you want to get picked?" I said, "I'm completely fine with it. Doesn't bother me either way." And I'd rather be here with y'all, of course, but I was okay doing whatever I had to do, and it was exciting. I liked being on it. And also, I got a certificate of appreciation, by the way. Also, and and I had this. Yes, yes, I could create a a course about it since I'm qualified. Yeah, and I had this stream of the Tanner trial up, so the chat friends can watch that. So I had this trial on the Tanner trial on while I was at an actual trial. I'm not going to say that Tanner trial isn't a real trial, but while I was not watching a trial but really in one, and I was glad to have a place where the people can talk, the friends can talk, and it worked. The stream worked because we had a better Wi-Fi system, and chat was very supportive of me. Very supportive. And I didn't complain or get all bent out of shape and all these different things. No, I just told Lori and everyone else I was excited about it. I was cool with it. You got to embrace it. And I was telling them about like they're asking about like domestic abuse situations, and I'm like, yeah, uh, I think that people can be manipulative sometimes, even if there's say somebody's a victim of abuse. We want to make sure that the person's okay. And a lot of times people are abused, but then again, sometimes people be manipulative about it. It depends on the circumstances. And so I wasn't going to be basically not being biased about it, even if I have my own thoughts about something. It depends on the circumstances. You know, I think like with my opinion about the Depp trial, he he didn't do anything like what she was talking about to him, and there's uh people like Jodi Arias out there. There's also people like Brooks too. There's people like that guy, and so we have to map out the situation. Now the defendant in this trial is a lot like Brooks, okay? And the woman is a victim or alleged victim. Well, no, she was a victim definitely. Okay, she was a victim. Let's make that clear because in that situation, but still, she wasn't maybe the greatest person either. So both of them had issues, right? So I was talking to both sides about, and I was very vocal, Passion. I was very vocal. A lot of people were just kind of being quiet, and I just embraced it because, see, Passion, like what I accept whatever's woven in my destiny, right? It is, if I'm put there, I'm put there. I really was like hoping or like praying whatever it was the right thing to happen. And I'm just like, I really want it to be continuing what I usually do, but whatever is, I'll accept it. So it seemed like it was the will of God and the universe for me to be in this trial. That's what it seemed to be. I believe the fellow jurors were very good too. They're very good people, and they made wise decisions. Not everyone agreed completely at first, but we all got it balanced out. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not boring at all. And also, Pash, there is body cam footage. There was officer witnesses, and the defendant Passion was staring at everybody really intently, like real angry look, like this, and moving back and forth. So that is basically what happened. And the dude was looking. I didn't look away from the dude. I looked right at him. When people look down, I look right at him. And he was angry. And he also calmed down when the trial was going on. And his, I was talking to the DA about like Stockholm syndrome and people that will probably go back to somebody in a relationship of because of the cycle of abuse. There was also talking about the attorney was talking about like a firearm. Did that stare make you feel like acquitting him? Oh no, it didn't make me feel like acquitting him at all. No, he the glove didn't. The gloves did were not fitting, so I couldn't acquit him. Yeah, so no, we I believe gave a just sentence. It was a just verdict, and we didn't go by fear or anything like that. It was uh, done, I believe, properly. We just were going by facts of whatever was presented to us. I feel there was things that were not presented in the trial that we could have looked at, but we were just. I told everybody we had to go by whatever we were presented. But he didn't intimidate us. It didn't work. But I feel it was fair what we did for both parties and in dispute. Oh, Saw Girl, the grandma today on the stand and Tanner trial was very heartbreaking. That people that grow up with somebody or around someone that they think is a normal person but actually is a creep, especially if they knew them since they were little, they're not going to see it the way everyone else might see it. Ted Bundy's mother kept on vouching for him to be spared about the death penalty. Just these families, and we have to be in someone's shoes to really understand what they were feeling. But it's hard for these people to go through that and accept that situation. So it's a very sad thing, Sagro. So without a foreman, so about the foreman thing, I gave everybody a chance to decide who wanted to be the foreman. I wanted to be the foreman, but I just let if someone wanted to be it, they could be it if they wanted to be. So no, I was not the foreman, but because I gave other people an option if they wanted to be it instead. And Lori said, "It sounds like justice was served well, in part because you shared your experience in a way." Yeah, and I helped guide the chat, I mean, the jurors rather, to the decision because I know things about trials. I didn't really say about who who I was or the YouTube stuff. I just kind of just I didn't mention that at all. But I know they obviously knew that I knew something about trials, and I was just telling them that we can't go by emotions or personal feelings to go by whatever we're presented. And or the other dude was like, we couldn't really overcharge him either. Whatever was is what we put there, and it was a good thing to do. And I guess I was meant to be there, meant to be put in that situation to do it. Right. All right. That's what I said. I liked the other jurors, and it was pretty nice. I liked it, and I wish them all the best. They did very well. And oh, they also gave us lots of snacks, and they gave us candy, and they're talking like it was like Halloween, right? You just go and pick out the candy you want and the bag of popcorn. Right. And Salvo says Jeffrey Dahmer dad was being interviewed. He said he loved his son no matter. He could barely speak. He was broken, very sad. I don't blame. Well, I kind of can see I can see the garden sort of from where I'm sitting. Oh yeah, Saw Girl. Uh, yeah, we could take everything we wanted to take. So yeah, definitely. And it's kind of like Halloween. You just kind of like trick or treat, and they give you the thing out the bag. And they also ordered us lunch, which was cool. And the first day we had some cool sandwiches. The next day we had oh hello Moki, welcome to the stream. The next day we had some restaurant from the local restaurant, and I had Greek salad. It was very good. Yeah, my experience passion with the trials that I watched really geared me for the jury stuff, the jury duty I was doing. Oh, hello, Amy. Welcome to the stream. Passion said 90 days jail for smuggling candy from taxpayers, not you, Moki. Scared. And Saw Girl loves the garden too. That's good. Yeah, and also Passion. The attorneys were trying to say that it wasn't like what it looks like, but when somebody goes through something, when you see like the body cam footage and the different things, it's like it was a little bit more serious than what they were saying it was. So as I said, I think they chose me because of the way I am and my views on stuff, and that's the reason why they did. And it said both sides seemed to like me. The As I said, it was very fascinating being in a real trial in person. It's extremely different than watching it on a trial chat. It's like a completely different universe, and especially like they take away the phones and stuff, so it's like kind of like being isolated. Okay, Sawgirl, see you later in the garden life. Oh yeah, yeah, right. And the defendant did not take the stand in this instance, by the way. Oh, I appreciate it, Sawgirl. Thank you. I'll be right back. And yeah, so the beginning part, the people are already broken up, it seems, but then it got out of hand. But then there's a lot of things though that the DA was saying that was a little bit exaggerated from the evidence presented. So both sides were exaggerating the other. Right, the truth was somewhere in the middle. And as I said, I got the certificate of appreciation, and I had the met cool people. I said the courthouse is like real, like a. It looks like a very nice architecture. It looks like Hogwarts. That's what I could compare it to. And I will say the 2 day trial would have been very interesting to be aired on trials on Law and Crime. It would have been really cool for it to be aired because I think y'all would have liked it too. It was a good case. It wasn't like as straightforward as you like a lot of things would be. So I think it was a good case. Yeah, Lori, I believe that. The way he was looking at everybody, he was like Darrell Brooks. I remember, Lori, when you and I were talking about it, so I was telling you there was an interesting day, you said grounds. You know exactly what I was seeing. Yeah, passion, exactly. Yeah. And it was where the jurors sit. No, I mean, where the audience sits in the back was very dim. There was no light over there. But it was kind of like it looked like a stage where the judge and the jury looks like a stage, right, with a spotlight on them, but the background where the people are sitting is more dim. A lot of courtrooms we see everything's all bright. This was very cool, almost like a planetarium. Yeah, so she knew exactly what trial it was, and it was like Brooks. Okay, that's why the dude was sitting there making eyes at everybody. That's what Darrell Brooks would do. Now, he didn't get up and say, blah, 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 Your Honor, because he wasn't defending himself. He was quiet during the proceedings, all right, and he seemed like he calmed down at some point. And Amy said some of her courthouses are sandstones built in like the 1600s. Yeah. And passion, there's this one person in the jury pool that said that no matter what evidence is presented to him, he will not find the person guilty because he's not there to judge anybody. And he does not trust the system because they've been through too much. Like the attorney was asking him, he's like, "Was it someone you know that went through something?" And he said, "No, I'm just not here to judge nobody. So I'm not going to accept whatever is presented before me." And we were talking about him. He's like, "Yeah, that dude was not going to serve. Like that dude was not going to do it. He was not like, yeah, he just wanted to get out of it." And you see, like with me, no matter what I say, it just made me look more like an appealing juror. Yeah. So in the beginning, there was some lady that helped me out about where to go because it was like a big labyrinth. And at first, I was just, apprehensive about this because I just want to be watching trial chat and doing my streams and all. But it was cool going there. I have no regrets about it. I'm glad that I was chosen. Fashion said, "I refuse to be judgmental." Potential juror 2026. Yeah. So I made sure that everybody was heard and everyone agreed on the same thing. And I used my magic to help people understand what's going on because like somebody might think about their personal life or something. I'm like, we got to look at this we're going from right here. Yeah, you're getting jury duty 101 with Alien. Yeah. And also, in a way, was similar, I guess, to the OJ trial in some ways. It had some similarities to that. But, it was this time you had body camera footage and stuff. Where he said, I served once, now I can't afford to miss work. Yeah. So it was as I said, nice seeing my chat fam, you know, when I was done. Or in the morning sending reels or chatting with y'all. It was nice of chatting with y'all in that way. And while I was over in the jury boardroom, there was different judges that were there that gave us food or helped us out with something, and we got a whole like a pretty thick stapled papers of what different definitions mean. I knew what they meant, of course, but others didn't really know what they meant. So that is something that we thought was quite helpful for the case. Oh, okay, Lori. Okay. And whatever I said got me my entire row picked. Like they picked my entire row of people. Like anybody that I was like talking to or being cool with, they picked everybody I was friends with. So do the opposite of what I did if you wouldn't want to be picked. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, you got scared. Yeah. Well, I always had a thing for horror movies and horror stuff in general. And oh, Lori's just being silly. She's being okay. Okay. Yes, Passion. I do the exact same thing. I did the exact same thing. Which member of the dream team is this lawyer most like? Yeah. The attorney of the defendant in the trial that I was watching was similar to Shapiro. He was kind of like him, and his other attorney, his sidekick, was like Cochran. Definitely, and they were both good attorneys, by the way. Right? They're both good. They're both good attorneys. They didn't really have much of a case to defend, but they they're pretty good. Even the jurors like them. Yeah. And I said both sides were very likable, very good. They weren't like the idiots we'll see in the trial chat. I mean, when we're watching the trials with trial chat, yeah, some real stupid people that are attorneys and stuff, but these people are really cool, like on both sides. I said I wish that would have been on trial chat. Y'all would have liked that trial, as I said. It was pretty cool. You make an exception for Sleepy Hollow, right? Yeah, and I was figuring that basically the first trial that I got into was the Depp trial, and then I was like, I went from watching Depp to watching it for since 2022 on in a trial chats to being in a trial juror. So I went like the whole 360 around, and then I'm like, I made the beard into the goatee because that's what he wore, um, in that when he was in his trial. So I'm like, okay, I was I thought it was a clean cut look, and also that's what he had when he was the in a death trial. So that was a cool to just kind of go full circle, from Depp all the way to being a juror in a trial. That was pretty interesting to go all the way around. Yep. So in 2 years, they're gonna call me up again. Apparently, it seems that I've been married into their system. Oh, Haunting of Hill House. Oh, yes, I liked it. Yes, definitely. I thought that one was very good. It was a good series. And oh yeah, the slasher movies can be crazy because that happens in real life. Passion says, "Oh, nice. I was going to ask if you'll be a juror again in 2 years." Right. It seems Passion. It's like whatever I say, they just wanted to, talk to me more. I remember in Passion. I'll tell you this example. The DA said, and he was very good. He was very theatrical and very good at the act that he did. Right. So he was saying if you have an airtight sealed barrel with a cat in it, but the cat's not hurt at all, okay? And you have a mouse or you have a rat that's inside of it, and you go look in the airtight seal and you see that the rat is gone, you can assume that the cat ate the rat or ate the mouse. But an alien could have came and zapped it and took it away. You never know. Anything's possible. I told him anything's possible. And he said, "Yeah, that's true. Anything's possible." But you could assume, but without any evidence, though, because I was telling him, like, there's no evidence for it, but because anything could happen, anything, we could assume safely that the cat did that, right? So, and he was saying that you could use anything as a weapon. Like you could use a metal, like a metal canteen as like a weapon, right? But with something could be anything used as a weapon, right? Like if somebody's head's bashed into where their head's split open and they're shaking, it was probably more than just a fist. We could have, without really seeing it. And I was also the attorney. When I was talking to him, he was saying there's an armed robbery, right? And I'm like, if something's armed, even if there's no firearm mentioned, armed means that you probably use some firearm or something like that. You can use the art of speech to articulate something, but technically there's something there. Yes, passion. Yes, yes, exactly. So I challenged both sides, and I was also telling the attorney that everyone deserves a fair trial, right? And there are exceptions to the rule. There's people. I didn't say this specifically, but I'll tell you all. There's people like Amber Heard. There's people like Darrell Brooks. I mean, there's people out there that are men and women that can be, abusers or tricksters, whatever, right? So people that are actually being abused should be, helped. Men could be abused too. I mean, anybody can be abused, right? And people can be pushed too far. You could push someone so far that they act like to the point of insanity. So taking all that into consideration, as I said, the verdict I feel there's many different counts to find him guilty on, and one was not guilty. The rest were all guilty, right? So as I said, I think that was fair, and I think they did a good job with the jury selection because everybody that was there did it properly. It wasn't any like team people. Oh yeah, Amy. So if someone's getting stitches in their head, they need some medical attention. Yeah. Yeah, what comes first, the egg or the chicken? Right. In Passion, they couldn't exactly tell us everything about the case. You might need a band-aid. That is true. You might need a band-aid. And very obscure way to describe it. And the cat, rat sealed in the tube and rat vanishes. Yeah. And probably let's see. Oh yeah, that's what I want to say. They needed to this. They couldn't tell us exactly what the case was about, Passion. So they had to use creative ways to talk to us about it. They also asked us if we had any police relatives and anybody in the police force, and what do people think about this or that, the other thing. It was recorded, but it was not broadcasted though. I remember I saw when I was sitting at the jury, I saw the recording mechanisms. Like I saw the whole thing. It was the recording devices, like for the sound and stuff, but it wasn't being aired on YouTube though. It was a local crime, yes. But the some of these people may have been on the national news for escaping at one point. So it was I figured out later it was may have been one of those people. Yeah, but it was fascinating to see. And then and also they'll do is they'll bring the TV over and plug it in, and we'll watch a scene from a body cam or a 911 call. It was just like what Passion and I saw during like YSL. Just but in real life. Exactly, Passion. Right. But the trial was not televised though. Oh, cool. Interesting. I used to have the cousin-in-law who worked at the county jail, but she passed several years ago. Insane name. Yeah, and the sheriff. I mean, the officers were very nice, by the way, and they're also passionate. When we're going down the hallway, they're telling us to not go to the right because that's where the jail is, and the left is where the rec room is for the jury. Where he said educational assistant, and one of the teachers told me they often don't select teachers because they ask too many questions. I was scared. The gunman. Okay, Amy, about that shooting, the Trump shooting. Well, I think the violence is just something that needs to stop. That keeps happening. Yes, that there you go. Yes, exactly. No excuses because the court's attached to jail. Right. It was running like Roadrunner. Right. So basically, in that situation, there was this thing that occurred where the jury was, no, not the jury. It's about the Trump thing. That was the other talk I was talking about. Hey, Trump. Hey, the thing with Trump was there's conspiracy theories about it. The dude worked for NASA. NASA seems like it has some corruption to it, and he was a scientist. And a lot of these scientists are disappearing. And there is this a Twitter post, at this X post of an account saying the name of the person that did the attack. Maybe he worked with him, and there is this on that profile of this person that knew him or worked with him in 2023. There is this colorful background, and the colorful background seems to mirror Trump's fist up in the air. So it looks like it's possible that all these things are pre-planned before they even happen. So it's crazy how a gunman, was able to get so close to Trump during a dinner like that. And it just seems like it could be some sort of plot by the that was already pre-planned for years ago. Like smoke. I'm not saying it didn't happen. It did happen, but it was like smoke and mirrors, so to speak. And they use some sort of MK Ultra brainwashing device to influence him to do that. He was also a teacher too. Well, we don't really know what how he was influenced to do that necessarily, but yeah, he just definitely the violence needs to stop because it's happening too much. With all these assassinations and things like that. Yeah, it's the Natrix. So that's my thoughts about it. Like it could be some thing that was planned years ago, or it was just some rogue moron that was trying to go and cause more violence. Oh, Passion said, I haven't seen the new Trump attempt. Select a flag. A Goose says, do you know why GTA 6 hasn't come out yet? Well, because we are GTA 6 and controlled by AI because we are AI. Hi, Alien in chat. Scared? Scared? Yeah. Oh, hey, Goose. Right, Amy. Piss poor security or corruption. I remember I saw a meme about Rose is having a dream of seeing Jack again from Titanic, and they said this is this Secret Service when a shooter that wants Trump comes in, and everybody's just welcoming the shooter in. I do think GTA 6 is going to be underwhelming, probably at upscale, blah blah, and they'd have contract obligations. Just worried. Oh, it's going to come out later this year apparently, and also there's going to be a GTA, a medieval version. Well, I don't know that's going to exactly happen, but allegedly there is either going to be a GTA medieval version, or it was something that was scrapped. But there's talk about a version of their game from the same company about the same thing like GTA, but like in a like the Lord of the Rings. We are living at the point of movie gamer. Oh, Amy, am I high? Is that what you asked? And if I seem loopy, it's because the what we call the a lot of spaceship gymnastics. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls. Yeah. How does that work? I say, old chap, hand me those rain rinds, and I'm stealing your carriage. I say, old chap, had you no had me those rinds, I'm stealing your carriage. Hilarious. The spaceship artificial gravity is malfunctioning. Oh yeah. All right. So anyway, GTA 6 is going to be coming out, and it's going to break the internet. Red Dead Redemption GTA. Yeah, that's a good game too. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Chat said hello to you. All right, she said hi back. Okay, so with I'll tell you about GTA. By the way, it's pretty cool. All right, Thursday, November 19, 2026. GTA would be released. Apparently, as of late April 2026, the game is in its final testing and optimal phases. Take Two Interactive CEO Zelnick recently reaffirmed this date jokingly, remarking it as a lot of people who have to be calling in sick on November 19th. Original target was autumn of 2025. The first delay published a push to May 26, 2026 to allow more development time. Current date reconfirmed on November 6th, 2025 as November 2026 for a global launch on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. Oh, that's funny, Goose. Fashion said Translation May 27th. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that'll be like the new date. All right, GTA 6 is a modern day crime drama set in fictional state of Leonida, a massive open world base in Florida. Story marks a significant shift from series focusing on dual protagonists, native inspired by legendary criminal duo Bonnie and Clyde. Plot follows Lucia Caminos and Jason Duval, two criminals forced into high stakes conspiracy after a simple heist goes wrong. And Vice City, a neon soaked modern reimagining of Miami, serves as Map's primary urban hub. The Grass Rivers, a sprawling recreation of Florida Everglades home to mud bogs, alligators, and hillbilly mystics. Leonida Keys, a tropical archipelago where small communities and old school smugglers reside. Let's see. So that is a preview about it. Cash says my favorite one was Vice City. I loved driving GTA for every car like a bucket of water. I mostly just through obstacle courses on GTA 5. Oh, okay. I liked going. I like doing that too in GTA. I remember I go just drive around and just crash into things and take another vehicle and then just keep on going and then do a bunch of then get chased by the cops and then blow up something and so it's kind of like a quite a wild time I've had on it. Yes, exactly, Amy. Right. Yeah, it's I like how they change the setting of the place every single time, and it's kind of like a flashy. Yeah, uh, uh, hilarious passion. Yeah, Amy. Yeah. Right, so there's a rumored lost project from the Rockstar Games, or an existing indie game that parodies GTA formula in Middle Ages settings. For years, rumors have circulated about a secret Rockstar project, internally codenamed the Project Medieval. By the way, Sopranos was a good show. Origins: the rumors started around 2019 when LinkedIn profile for Rockstar India artist mentioned on medieval architectural style assets. The concept, it was envisioned as massive realistic open world game. Fans imagined a sword and shield version of Red Redemption 2, featuring a castle, sieges, and horseback combat, intricate storytelling, the reality. And late 2025, the Rockstar co-founder Dan Houser confirmed that the studio had briefly explored the knights and mythology concept about the release of Red Dead Redemption 2. However, he clarified that he never moved past the early design and backstory phase. Current status: the project was shelved to focus on GTA 6. While some fans speculate it could be revised after 2026, there is no word of the current development. Alright, if you've seen videos of medieval GTA actually being played, it's looking at the Rustler Grand Theft Horse. Alright, Grand Theft Horse. Let's see what that's about. Yeah, Grand Theft Horse is a real game. Interesting. And going this way. Let's see. Alright, so Rustler is an open world action game that serves as a comedic top down tribute. The class of GTA style, specifically GTA 2, instead of modern city streets and fast cars, it is set in a historically inaccurate medieval world where you play as the guy, a peasant, determined to win a grand tournament through any means necessary. Alright, medieval crime. You steal horses, murder knights, and cause general mayhem across villages and cities. Wanted system. Just like GTA Police, medieval guards will hunt you down on the horseback to escape. You can visit the horse paint job shop, change your horse's appearance. Modern tropes. The game is filled with anachronistic jokes, such as horses with red and blue siren lights, no horse parking zones, and bards you can hire act as the human radio and beatbox. Okay, so that is the medieval version of GTA that is actually out there. There's another one that hasn't been created yet. Yeah, so don't know if they ever will release GTA 6, but it'll be really cool whenever they do. Yeah, absolutely. Passion, definitely. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Lori. Indeed. Okay, and yeah, it's extremely, cool with the optics that are in the game and that they have. It's really important to understand those type of metrics. Or he said, "I had horses for years, so they sound silly to me." Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, the horses definitely are really cool to have and trustworthy, although they can get a little bit, you know, they can potentially hurt people too. Well, thank you, Amy, for your suggestion. I understand. And also, let's see. Lori says, Lori says, but I do the jigsaw puzzles on my phone and Cookie Jam, so I don't listen to me, Human Gamer. Yeah, I know exactly. And the thing is about the the gamer is it depends on whatever shape and size that it comes on, because some people are more into it than other people, and I think it is absolutely a fascination about who could play what, right? And so, but really, it's something interesting to get into, and I think all ages can do it. 'Cause a lot of people had games when they were growing up, and they didn't have them over time. So it just depends on the situation. So some things with the Antarctica conspiracy theories is here we go. Well, this is about the map I'm showing you all on the screen. Exactly. So, and those who believe that the lands beyond the wall often is cited with a few reoccurring themes. Hidden continents. The maps often depict a second ring of continents with names like Asgard, Atlantis, and Liberia, and Terra and Infintia. You see, those kind of places, people believe that are actually there, and they are, hidden beneath the waves, or that they're from another region of the world, and that is something that could be another possibility too. And if I had to hurry and characters are trying to take me out, I get terrible anxiety. Okay, be back in a second. All right, here I am. Okay, so yeah, okay. Lori says if I have to hurry and characters are trying to make me out, I get terrible anxiety. Oh, that is. Oh, it definitely is an anxiety-ridden thing. I definitely agree with that because a lot of times, like when you're actually there, it can really feel like you are in that situation. So the mind doesn't really know the difference. So it's very fascinating to see how it works. But definitely, it's anxiety-ridden indeed. Definitely. And Passion says there I was planning my XCOM moves. Those are great turn-based games. Oh yeah, yeah, and that is sounds like very fun, entertaining indeed. Right, and Lori says I'm pathetic. The ghosts in Pac-Man freak me out. Oh, the ghosts in Pac-Man scared. So when you saw the ghosts in Pac-Man, you got scared. Yeah. So over here, the you have the ghosts in Pac-Man, which is called Blinky, Pinky, and Inky, and Waka 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 Waka. Yeah, yeah. And each programmed with a unique personality and movement strategically challenge the player. While they appear to choose Pac-Man randomly, their Al is actually deterministic, using the specific algorithms to corner or ambush him. Okay, and vulnerability. When Pac-Man eats the power pellet, ghosts turn blue, and the vulnerable fringe state. The move slower and can be eaten for points. The regeneration. If eaten only and their eyes remain, which must return, the ghost house in the center respawns. The crew's Eroys. As dots are cleared, Blinky and sometimes others gain permanent speed boost, making the end level much harder. All right, let's see when the Pac-Man game was invented. Out of curiosity, let's just see. Pac-Man was created in 1979 by Japanese game designer and Toru, and same team at Namco. The game first debuted in Japanese arcades in May 22, 1980, under the original name Puckman. Let's see. All right, so common metaphorical interpretations. Responsibility and guilt. A popular theory suggests that the ghosts are the unresolved consequences of Pac-Man's actions. Some claim he deleted them or he killed them, representing responsibilities or ghosts of the past that you can never truly escape, only temporarily push away with pills or power pellets. Capitalism. Some interpretation Pac-Man as a consumer driven by instable desire, with ghosts representing social forces or the specter of communism, trying to halt his endless consumption of resources. Spiritual growth. Another modern interpretation views of the path of ascension, consciousness. Pac as a journey where ghosts are black, eternal blockages or chakras that must be cleared to reach a higher state of light. The mental health. Some are endless maze as a metaphor for a mental illness where the ghosts are anxious that the cycle repeatedly. That sounds Japanese. Yeah, there you go. The creator's intention. Inspiration. He based the ghost on lighthearted characters like Casper the Friendly Ghost and Japanese manga characters like the little ghost of Kyutaro. And purpose. They were designed strictly for gameplay obstacles, the team hunters, with different AI behaviors. Chasing, ambushing, wandering, and keeping the game from being too flat or tiresome. Passion says, I was thinking maybe Inky is your homework, Blinky is your sleep requirements, and so on. Oh, okay. Maybe so. Right, and Spirit Away movie ghosts culture. We cite Spirit Away mythology. Oh, I like Spirited Away. Yeah, that's a good movie. Yes, steampunk. And Amy, where I am, it's 9:36 p.m. where I am. By the way. Now, Passion, your analogy about the ghosts in the Pac-Man is actually a very clever way to look at it. In a Pac-Man tree, like a life simulator, the ghost specifically behaviors map perfectly to different types of responsibilities that chase us every day. Blanky, the red one. Urgent deadliness in sleep. He is the most direct threat, and he follows you relentlessly and gets faster. And the more you get done for sleep deprivation, the longer you ignore him, the faster he catches up with you, and he's unavoidable. That is Blinky. Yes, Amy, that's a good point. A heart can be broken, but it still goes on beating just the same. Right. Right. Okay. And Inky, the Cyan one, the social obligator's family. He is a fictal, unpredictable, and his movements depends on Blinky, sleep deadliness, and sometimes a social life. He is easy to manage, but if your deadliness stressing you out, Inky becomes much more dangerous and confusing to deal with. Exactly, passion. Right. Clyde, the orange one, self care chores. He's pokey. He acts like a threat until he gets too close. Then he gets scared and runs away to the corner, like a cleaning in your room or doing laundry. It is a constant background annoyance, but it doesn't always feel like life or death, as you're home and you sleep on a schedule. In the metaphor, the power pellets are like spring break or a weekend for a few seconds. You finally have the power to eat your responsibilities, but you know they are eventually going to respawn the center of the map. Okay, let's see. Since the fruit in Pac-Man is temporary bonus that appears in the middle of the chaos, it fits perfectly as the small wins are treat making the grind worth it. Cherries, the quick berry. A 5 minute YouTube video or a quick snack is a tiny boost that doesn't solve your homework pinky problem, but it gives you a little dopamine hit to keep going. Strawberries and oranges. The social reward, a nice text from a friend, good job from a teacher. It's a bit more valuable, makes you feel like you actually are winning the game of life. The key ultimate goal. This is the highest value of the metaphor. It could be a graduation, a friend, a Friday 5 p.m. Everything else is a maze, just distraction for you to get the key. Ori said, in Spirited Away, no face wants to eat everything in sight. It seems that the ravenous monster, but later on you see that it was absorbing pollution in order to cleanse the environment. Ah, very good metaphor there. And let's see, the caffeine short term power. This is like the immediate effects of getting the pellet. Suddenly you feel invincible. You can charge right into the homework, Pinky, and deadline Blinky for a few seconds, and they will come running away from you. But just like the coffee crash, the effect of Blinky's fades, quickly leaving you right back in the maze with the same problems. Exercise. This is a more like clearing the board aspect of it. Builds your score and helps you move through levels of life more efficiently. It doesn't make the ghost disappear forever, but it gives you the stamina to handle the maze without getting cornered as easily. Exercise is the most important for the clearing of the board aspect. It doesn't build your score and helps you move through the levels more efficiently. It doesn't make the guests disappear forever, but it gives you the stamina to handle the maze without getting cornered as easily. Yeah, it's YouTube. It's Timu YouTube, Amy, and their censorship. Brilliant movie. I didn't understand it until years later when I studied about it. And he said they want everyone identified online now, pretending to say it makes it safer for our kids' lives. Oh, they're just doing that for control and surveillance. That's what they're doing it for. The people are not their main focus, but the people that they can control are. Whatever they can profit out of it. Oh, okay, Amy. Okay. TV censorship certainly is a real thing that we certainly need to avoid at all costs. Exactly. Zero digital tolerance. I definitely agree. And there's parallels between No Face Keonushi and the consumption mechanics of Pac-Man, but adding a layer of environmental responsibility. If look at the No Face through that lens, it is just a villain chasing a Chihiro, and he's a reaction to the environment and spirit away. No Face reflects the great and pollution of the bathhouse back to itself. Passion said it's more of diplomatic than political. We can say we're something first and change countries for the metrics and suing UN conferences. Yeah, Amy, they had their dinner. They had. They both seem like they're getting along. Yeah, to try to strengthen ties between between the two countries. And let's see, if we look at the No Face Drew lens, isn't a villain. He was chasing Chihiro. His reaction to the environment spirited away when No Face reflects the greed and pollution of the back house by itself. You see, that's the thing about it. It's like a vampire looking in a mirror at itself. It doesn't see anything. Raven is hunger, just like Pac-Man eats every dot in the maze. No Face eats everything in the bathtub, but the when the life maze has come to represent the daily grind, we consume tasks and email the chores, not because we want to, but because it is the only way to clear the board. But you're not sure about the silly Iran thing. Okay. Thank you for your perspective, Amy, about that. There's lots of drama going on in the world right now. Yeah, definitely. Wars and things all over the place. Yeah, yeah, and absorbing the population. The ghosts and responsibilities. homework, sleep, then etc. Have eating them with power pellets isn't just about winning, but it's about processing them. The cleanse. When no face is finally away from the greed and from the house, stays with Zeniba, he becomes calm and helpful. He purges the junk and he consumed. You gotta like separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. Envision a Pac-Man eating the ghost wouldn't just be a point without being like the checking off the difficulty as the including the mind. So yeah, that is how the situation would be viewed. The way Pac-Man and the other game ties into modern life. Yeah. I played Pac-Man on Halloween. That one is very good. I like the Halloween theme they had. Right, the hero Pac is a young guy who feels like literal infinite maze his hometown, and every morning he wakes up and has the clear the board of small tasks. The dots just get the next day, and I think it is Mario and stuff. These type of games are very important. I wouldn't mind seeing a Pac-Man version of that game though. Amy says, I'm talking to an 83-year-old veteran, and it's either he ate or turned his conditioning and thinking about 44 degrees Ketic outside. Oh, weird. We gotta actually have Pac Man in, though, not just a guy named Packy. Right. Antagonist to ghosts. Instead of just monsters, the ghosts are looming spherical versions of the biggest fears. There's Blinky, a red ticking clock that represents the deadline that he gets louder and faster as the day goes on. Pinky, the shadows also added to the door where he's trying to get social anxiety. Blue is representing peer pressure. Clyde is orange. Oh, he is orange, and the what represents procrastination. He's not scary until you're with him alone. Okay, let's see. Pac-Man. 44 and 83. Has anyone turned the air conditioner off to use the microwave or something? Oh, maybe that was one of the aliens in the other room that did that. That's possible. Yeah, scared. All right. Uncertain future. Recent reports from 2005 suggest that project may be. Oh, the electric bill. All right. Okay. And uncertain future. Recent reports from 2025 suggest that projects may be on hold or doubt due to legal issues involving producer Justin Baldoni. And the animated rumors. Some unconfirmed leaks have suggested that the projects might transition from a live action hybrid to a fully animated format to resolve development difficulty, but nothing has ever officially confirmed by the Bandai Namco. So there has been some instances of. All right, Amy said, no one can average Australian worker cannot afford to pay the groceries, and now humans shut out farmers and cannot get diesel, pesticides, etc. Yeah, Amy, it sounds like down there y'all are having some pretty serious inflation. Yeah, and pesticides, etc. Okay, Falcon said, "What do I know about the NWO? I think that it's a global organization run by different elites and companies and different families, and maybe extraterrestrials, things like that too, and Force of Darkness to try to reset the Earth to make it into a dark, wicked place, worse than it is now." You have a refinery there, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Crude oil. Let's see. All right, and let's see. The let's see how much crude oil is we have over here. Right, we're gonna see that right now, Amy. I think it's okay. As of April, the total amount of crude oil has can be broken down into two main categories: oil that is already out of the ground, and oil that is still in the ground, proven resources. Okay, understood. I'm not really familiar completely with liters and gallons, but understood. Crude oil needs to be refined. Right. The thing for explaining it to me, Amy. Right. The commercial inventories, approximately 4.59.5 million barrels. These are held by private companies like crushing Reuters.com expert weekly basis firm to keep refinery running, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserves, exactly 397.9 million barrels. As of April 24, 2026, this is the government's emergency stash, which is currently being drawn to combat the high prices caused by the conflict in the Middle East. There is 857 million barrels in reserve underground in the United States. Oil below ground proven resources. All right. These are estimated volumes of the oil that are reasonably certain that can be rescued from the ground using today's technology. Proven resources approximately 78.8 billion barrels as early as 2026. Majority of these reserves in Texas and New Mexico, primarily of Permian in the Permian Basin. So we have plenty of crude oil where we are. All right, so Australia's crude oil situation is a study of an energy paradox. Despite being a global energy superpower in a coal and gas, it has remarkably low crude oil. This reserves as heavy as dependent on imports for transport fuel. All right. Now, and let's see, translate into, let's see. All right, so U.S. and liters, so about 3.78.5 liters is what it is, right? And regular, you have the price per gallon is regular is 4.30 $4.30. No, it's not one. It's regular is 1.14 liters, and oh, hello, talking to you. I know, but they don't use gallons over there, so I was trying to figure out the gallon part. That's why I paused for a second. I was trying to look at the liter part over the gallon part. But the thing you taught. Okay, regular is $1.14 per liter, and mid grade is $1.27 per liter. Premium is $1.36 per liter. That's what it is in liters. But and this is based on U.S. currency, by the way. Also, you too, Amy. Thank you. All right. Ori said we are about 4.85 to 4.99 per gallon here in Eugene, Oregon. Right now, before Iran conflict, it was about 3.25. Of course, we have tax included in the city state. Yeah, it's all going up because of the wars over there. Okay, regular price per gallon is $4.30 per gallon is regular. Mid grade is 4.79 per gallon is mid grade, and premium is $5.16 per gallon. Diesel is 5.50 per gallon. Oh yes, it would be a lot easier because we yeah, a lot of these measurements, like America goes by its own measurement system. As of 10:55 p.m., Brent crude oil is 111.75 per barrel currently. Okay, thanks. Ah, okay, Lori. Oh yes, I see, Amy. Yes, you like those vowels. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Right, Amy says, and hey, we understand each other, but not the gallons makes it a little crazy. Okay, okay, I got you. I mean, our distance measurements are based on a king's foot finger, and yet we fought independence from Britain monarchy. I know, it's wild. It's ironic, Lori, definitely. Okay, Todd said, be on the lookout. Trump may order new Iran action over the weekend. Various confirmed reports. Okay, Todd, thank you. Certainly keep an eye on that. Yeah, the Australians pay 3.50 AUD per liter, and Americans pay 2.28 per liter. So Australians are nearly double what Americans are paying at the moment. I agree, Falcon, absolutely. All right, Lori says based a 10 metric would be much easier to teach to. I'm currently teaching my students 16ths of an inch, and it's crazy. Yeah, the I don't really know much about the metric system, but apparently it's easier. I remember I was learning about Celsius, and I don't completely remember all about Celsius, but it seemed like it made sense. As we go by Fahrenheit here. Okay. A longer trip. All right, this is why USA doesn't go by metric system. A tad bit longer in the boat. It's a classic case of if it isn't broken, don't fix it, or at least the cost of fixing it is so high that most people aren't interested. While the Metric Conversion Act of 1975 actively declared metric system as the preferred system for U.S. trade, it made it voluntary since it was no legal mandate to switch. Most industries, general public simply stuck with what was familiar. Transitioning the entire U.S. infrastructure would cost billions of dollars. Think of every road sign, every tool, every building, every code, every manufacturing machine that would need to be replaced or retooled. Industry inertia. During the Industrial Revolution, U.S. became the global leader, using it as a culinary unit. Retoiling factories that were already successful was seen as massive unnecessary expense that would put American companies at a temporary disadvantage. Absolutely passion. Scared. Right. Industry inertia and retoiling factories were already successful was seen as massive unnecessary expense that would put American companies at a temporary disadvantage. Many Americans view the customary system a symbol of independence and national identity. In the earth in the early 1980s, attempts to switch were often mocked or viewed as government overreach. Okay, and historically bad luck and pirates. In 1793, Thomas Jefferson actually tried to bring the metric system to the U.S., but the ship carrying the standard kilogram from France was blown off course and captured by pirates. By the time the effort was made, the custom system was already too deeply rooted. We say Craig, and they say Craig. Interesting. We have interesting ways of saying different things. Here. The truth is, U.S. actually is a hybrid country. You already are using the metric system more than you might think. Science and medicine. Doctors and scientists use metric almost exclusively. Manufacturing. The modern cars, electrics designed using metric standards that can be solid internationally. Everyday items. You buy liters in medicine, milligrams, check nutrient labels on grams. Oh, I know with the cat litter, we would get cat boxes, and that actually was done in liters, not pounds. Okay. Even though U.S. hasn't officially switched over roads and signs, the customer units are also highly legally defined by their metric equivalents. Yes, like space missions. You want everyone to know the same thing for space missions because if you have a universal thing, you can be able to translate it better for everybody. We have 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, $1 coin, and a $2 coin. Yes, and also the notes. Modern spaceships are almost exclusively use the metric system for science and navigation. Long time, NASA used the customer unit inches, pounds, and miles because of the American aerospace industry. But in those tools standards, however, they learned a very expensive lesson in 1999. Mars climate orbiter crash, and NASA lost 125 million in spacecraft because of one team used metric units, while contractor Lockheed used English units for the thrusters, and the orbiter got too close to Mars and burned it up in the atmosphere. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, it's the rounding off stuff is the culprit. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're phasing out the penny where we are. Yeah. SpaceX also, uh, yeah, the SpaceX are considered the most u- universal champions of the metric of US. They're starships in the Falcon 9, shout out the Falcon, designed 100% metric, and they live much to launch always to use KMH to allude to the kilometers. Ah, okay. Yeah. International Space Station ISS. It would a weird mix of the Russian, European, and Japanese parts. All of the metric system uses US portion and building using niches and feet. Astronauts actually have to keep two sets of tools on board, one metric and one American, to fix things depending on which model they are in. See, we all need to have the same measurement system because global community is not isolated like the past. Oh, I agree. Definitely. Passion said, "How can you be?" Oh yeah, allies. Shout out to you, Amy, and your nation. Yeah, definitely allies. Right. Pash said, "How can you be in for a penny for a pound if you have a penny? How much will you charge for your thoughts? I only carry pennies." Oh, okay. And I guess because nickel for your own thoughts, passion. Pennies started in the UK. Okay. There is legal system. Hundreds of space shuttles do that. Okay. All right. The original penny depends on where you're looking from. The English coin that started name or the American cent inherited it. The English origins, the first random penny, it was introduced around 1785, and the king, Offa Mercia, powerful Anglo-Saxon king in England. Metal, unlike today's copper, these original coppers were made of silver, and the etymology is that the world would come from Old English penning or penning, which had to do with relatives like the across Europe and the German playing their instruments. Oh yeah, Lori, exactly. Oh, okay, chat. Shout out to the horses. Okay, American origin of the coin. While U.S. coin is officially called the cents, Americans called the penny from the start because they were used by the British system. The Fungio cent. Before U.S. Mint even a test existed, the Benjamin Franklin designed the first official American coin, and the feature of the sundial and the motto "Mind your own business." Oh, horse and Billy the Kid style. Oh, used to be a gold cloth full of gold coins and a horse. Billy the Kid style. Oh, thank you, Amy. I love the Old West too. It's one of my favorite topics besides pirates. Besides pirates, that's one of my other favorite. I even have a cowboy hat, and I like that stuff. It's yeah, Billy the Kid. I was thinking about him the other day, and yeah, he was a robbery. He went through a lot of hardships, but he made himself a name, and they took him out and the other ones out because of what they were doing with being bandits and stuff. They're trying to get them to stop, and yeah, that is Ill West is certainly very intriguing. Passion said we used to use shells for currency way back, and a huge slabs of stone. That's very incredible. Oh, okay, Amy. Nice. 1787. Fugio sent before U.S. mints even existed. Ben Franklin designed the first official American copper coin. It felt like a sundial, embedded into the motto "Mind your business." There's a story of a trade ship with stone slabs that sunk en route to the island. Islanders accepted it. It was nearly a trade as valuable as gold. Anyway, let's go here. American cowboys and their stories are true and amazing, and women. Yeah, they're very brave, strong people to be out there on the wild terrain like that. All right, so famous story of rise stones from the island of Yap in Macaronesia. These massive donut-shaped discs were used currently as currency, and their value was based entirely on shared beliefs and oral history rather than history of physical presence. Yeah, I definitely agree, chat. Yeah, I think we would have fit pretty well in the Wild West days, but couldn't be really sure. The Central Coast NSW has old sunken ship. You can die to explore it. That is so cool. All those type of shipwrecks, things like that. A lot of people that are trying to go around the Cape of Africa, the Horn of Africa, failed. Yeah, shout out to Oz. Very tough people. And of course, I like Annie Oakenly. It have to be a guy. Freemasons generally do not work as the opposite, but it would definitely be quite wrong. Okay, let's see. Of course, Annie Oakenly or had to be a guy. Females generally work hard as heck and got all surrounded by the men. Yeah, the women definitely awesome indeed. Well, that's good that we're loyal and hard jobs but love families. That's good. That's it. Just before they reached the island, a massive storm hit and the stone was over the bottom of the Pacific, and then resolutions. They the crew returned home and explained what happened. And this islanders decided that because of the stones existed, they were known as physical location and didn't matter. Lori said, "Yes, but I'd rather be on the back of a horse than in the wilds." Oh yeah, yeah, you definitely like being a horse. The continued trade, even though the stone was 200 feet underwater, notably had seen over centuries and remains good anyway, and it continued to be used in trade and ceremonies. The new generations in villages, elders simply use it for their oral ledges and refined locations. Maury said, "I'm not your typical female tomboy as a kid. Good thing I only had boys." Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, scared. Lori's ready for the high seas. Yeah, Amy, I've only been in this country. I've not gone overseas yet. No. But I will at some point. I have relatives in England. And, I want to see different parts of the world too. So I've traveled within this country, but not elsewhere. Scared. Right on, Amy. Facts. All right. And sunken stone story. Incident just before they reached the island, a massive storm hit, and a stone fell overboard, sinking the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Oh, that's good. That's good. Uh, I'm aware of the old buildings, and I would like to see them. And also want to see, although my family isn't over there anymore, I still would like to see Oz, you know, at some point. Seem to have quite a bit of a following over there in that part of the world, so it makes it also very cool too. So, yeah, there's quite a few places I would like to go. Switzerland is on the bucket list in Greece. Oh, yeah, those two places are really nice. I really like to go. Yeah, yeah, Rome is nice too. Yeah. Yeah, that is true, Amy. You are. Just before they relaunched the island, massive storm hit and the stone fell overboard, sinking to the rock of the Pacific. The Resolution. The crew resumed and expense explained why they had islands dedicated because the stone existed value where it's physically located and didn't matter. Yeah, y'all don't use the word shrimp. Okay. Resolution. The crew returned home, explained what happened in the island, and decided because the stones existed that the value were no its physical location did not matter. Continued trade. Even though the stone was from 200 feet underwater, nobody had seen it in over a century. Remained a good money to continue to be used as trade ceremonies generations, with villages elders simply updating the oral ledger reflecting the owners. Yeah, prawns. I mean, I saw some pictures of prawns before, and that's very huge. Much bigger than they are here. Yeah, so instead of shrimp, there's prawns, and I said the prawns. I said they looked very good because it's very huge, and also y'all have some good steak. Some of the Viking ships were incredibly powerful and strong. Yeah, yeah. Let's go here. Viking ships, like the famous long ships, were strong, but because they were thick and heavy, because they were flexible. Think of them less as stiff wooden crates and more like a high performing athlete's body. They were designed to bend and move with the ocean rather than fight against it. Viking series is excellent. I love watching it. Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's go this way. But if I could do without pizza, we have lots of salad, fish, chicken, lamb, pork, beef, everything pretty much. Even our coat of arms. Well, one of them kangaroo. Oh yes. Yeah, you have some nice food and wildlife over there. Right. Common speculations of lore, hidden contents, maps, and deceptive ring them. That's actually the wrong one. Let's go here. That's not it. I'm looking for something. That's why I paused. Everybody that's like wondering. There we go. I'm back on track chat. Not big on reds, our coat of arms is the emu and kangaroo because they cannot walk backwards. And, oh, that's very nice. Speaking of salad, my greens are nearly big enough for my garden soon. A I won't have to bury them until the September, like the lettuce. Okay. But every pretty much, even though the coat of arms. Okay, so right, Vikings did put planks and sides of the overlap, and they scales on a fish or a shingle roof. Benefits: the clinker technique created a hull of the incredible tough boat, but also slightly elastic. When a massive wave hit the side, the ship would just twist inflexible rather than rather than snapping or cracking. So you try to figure out what that word is. I figured that. Okay. But yeah, that's the cool neighbors you'll have out there in the ocean. Mm. The clinker technique creates a hull that is incredible tough, but simple, elastic, massive hit at the side, sweep, twist, and flex that has escaping or cracking. split of oak. Okay, the strength, because the wood fiber were kept white, the planks were much worse and thinner and lighter than solid wood or Yeti strong. They allowed ships to increasingly be lightweight and go over the seas without significant durability from England. Y'all are in autumn. How other nature has changed everything in their mods. And no, not in their mods. In 3 months. So how Mother Nature has changed everything in 3 months. Oh yeah, I mean, the weather could just happen in a flash. It could all just change into something different. So yeah, Mother Nature is certainly unpredictable. Okay, and water and ships are hard meshed together. In games, especially, dynamic movements like twisting wood with waves, we're all way off in the video game. Okay. There's a dude that didn't try the Titan submersible ride. Earth is seasonal rotation. Yep. Iron rivets. The other cultures were using wooden pegs or sewing ships to steamships, but there's technology that. Oh yeah. So anyway, the while the cultures were using wooden pegs, the sewing ships thought with the rope, and Vikings used iron rivets. So the iron rivets certainly was something groundbreaking in this situation. They would drive a square iron nail through the overlapping planks and then hammer flat washer a rove until the island was created, a permanent bone bond that still had raking forces on a stormy night sea. Water and ships are hidden mess, especially dynamics. Most people would think it is quite sci-fi we're able to do now. Deep keel. Vikings sold heavy T-shaped keel made from a single massive oak tree. This accelerated despite that the ship it gave the vessel a structural integrity, support a large massive sail, allowing them to cross the Atlantic and the Americas. Sometimes the most other cost was the ship's patch up, and we have the spiritual away connection. Just like when you have them meet, but there's no face to face. These ships were reactionary in their environments when they were taught that the Vikings didn't try to conquer the sea heavy twisting waves in the fortress, but they built something that could flow in the water. Yeah, and since so that is about the Viking ships and why they're more advanced, why they were so advanced for the time. Mhm. Where he said, Amy, we had slugs here and snails. I put down sluggo pellets and once plant and though the season otherwise and eat it and go, oh, scared. Yeah, hilarious. So definitely Viking ships were they're very genius at sailing and navigating the seas. The Vikings are very good at that. They're good at doing trade with all kinds of different people. Yeah, cursed Garys. Yeah, scared. And Gary's and his pineapple under the sea. SpongeBob. Yeah. All right. So also we will be closing out this stream, and then later on we'll do the Garden Live because it looks like we've done the completion of this one. But yeah, anyway. So definitely, I think it is very important to see these things. And how have you been watching Folio Alien? What's your take? Passion, I've been watching Folio for since it started. I've been doing some of the I've been shooting one of the trials here, so and I was at the jury duty thing, so I couldn't see everything that I could have seen. But I've been watching it. Yes, Amy, I'm in North America. And yeah, I have been passion been keeping up with it, more keeping up with it than I did before, but I've been keeping up with it since it started. But there's a point where I took a like I wasn't watching it, and now I'm going back to watching it. So I've seen it off and on. I pretty much get the idea of it, and I'll watch the rest of it. Yeah, so definitely am an alien from North America. And, the Southern Hemisphere is very interesting. It seems like they have the opposite holidays about what we have. It's like another dimension almost. Like they're gonna be cold when it's warm up here. Versa. It's almost like the Matrix, collapsing on itself. It's just is a diverse planet with diverse things. So facts, Pash. It's always a pleasure chatting with you. Today was wild, Passion, when they were the dude was in the interrogation room and this dude started singing. Okay, sending a message in a bottle. Okay. That was fun. When we had, what we saw today was quite wild. I didn't expect. Okay, well, see you all in the garden live for those that go, and thank you all for watching, hanging out with us, and see you on the next one. And yeah, Passion, it was certainly a very bizarre interrogation because the okay, we'll continue a little bit longer. So, anyway, the yeah, the thing is with the interrogation, it was extremely fascinating how we had the guy saying to himself, "Yeah, definitely, Roy. Uh, there is the that what happened. The dude was rapping to himself. Or no, he was actually like singing, rapping to himself in the courtroom, and then took off his shoes. It was the weirdest interrogation ever. Yeah, I dude is really tripping out. Amy, we'll do it in a few hours. Exact time, I'm not really too sure, especially in the different time zones. So just keep an eye out for within the next few hours. Oh yeah, Lori. Yeah, and see that is what I think about that trial. It's it seems like with these rapper trials, they could be extremely wild. The way they go on all these tangents, it's almost like watching a comedy show. It could be Amy. I'm not really too sure. I don't really have a time set exactly, but I've been usually doing them closer to the mornings where I am, like closer to the sunrise. Yeah, and thank you, Amy. And Patch says the detectives come and basically give them everything. Yeah, yeah. They basically just give them everything like on a silver platter. He just gave them every single thing that they could ever needed, like just everything for free. Yeah, and earlier, Amy, I was broadcasting a trial earlier, and then before that, I did another garden live. So I did quite a bit of activity. See if anything else comes through, and we'll end it. All right. So thank you all for coming, and see you all on the garden live at some point. And peace. It's not working. That's okay.